Hello everyone. Hello everyone. Oh, that's not good. That's better. Alright. Changed the music today. We've got something a little bit not while the iron's hot. A little bit more chill. It's called it's by Harris Heller. It was recommended to me. So the first task I'm supposed to tackle is to fix an issue with the Unity version control stuff. Alright, so we got a couple of issues with our rigid body from last time. Mainly something that opens and then this thing here that does a weird, pushback. Got some... Hey! Welcome to the chat. Thank you for joining and also following me. So we so we got a couple of things to check in the to-do list. I have someone to help me that sent me a couple of like troubleshooting options that might be worth taking a look. So we're gonna run through these and see if it gets better, because right now basically the rigid body is getting a weird, we just want it to do this, but after it goes opening all the angle, we don't want it to shoot the player back out. It's a little weird. But so a couple things that we need to do is increase the mass. We've got a pretty heavy mass, but if we increase the mass to something even bigger, can we? Oh yeah. No, yeah, it does not work. Even if I do like a really big mass, that shouldn't do. No. So we'll just leave it at 10. Then there was also something like auto configure anchor. This thing, if it's unticked. If it's 0, 0, 0, yeah, that should be 0, 1. But that still does it. Automatic center of mass, what if it untick that? In that case, no. And then if none of that works, we'll have to switch to joint basically. But the other one that we have is to go into the default solver interactions in project settings physics. Apparently that's something that oh, nice. Which one was your favorite character in While You're Inside? Yeah, the characters were the one I liked working on the most was the Ox, obviously, with all the outfits. We had a lot of fun with that one. Oh, my camera is acting weird today. It might be time for an upgrade. But yeah, we had a lot of fun working on the Ox with all the outfits and all that stuff. I hate playing with values and just trying to figure it out. That's... I'm also curious what your yeah, the old man, the Dristan guy he's a funny character. He was hard to write, to be very honest. He went through a couple rewrites. I showed it on my last stream, I think, but we had a little bit of a flash back to one of the first version of Wild Earns Out that came out, and how different the crafting minigame is. I might show it because if you're interested, it went through a lot of iterations, and I kept the very first one, the one we so we did one first pitch with that one, and then we changed it, and then we did a second pitch, and that's the one that kind of like moved Wild Year Zot further down the line of being a release game. Hello. Welcome back. Still stuck on that same issue. None of that worked. So let's try one of those interactable joints instead. There was one last character. It was the woman in the minus town that didn't have any dialogue yet. Would be interesting to see what she'll be like. Oh yeah, I've been so we're still like kind of in talks for how the future of Wild Year Zot is looking right now, and I'm keeping that character. It wasn't supposed to be a character that you could see in the codex. Like, it has a little bit of a, you know, we wrote like a background story and everything for it, but I'm gonna keep that character based on kind of like the way things are going, or something different might happen to her. Porgy returns. Yeah. I love it if I could do also a shop for Porgy, a legit shop with sweaters. Buy a sweater. Locked, locked, locked. So it's locked on every positions, and we want motions around the, what's the rotation we want? It's the Z-axis, right? Yeah. We want a motion around the Z-axis, limited. This is locked, and this is locked. And the motion around the Z-axis we kind of want something a little like that, I think. 90 degrees. Let's see how that works. Okay, if I have someone that knows the game here, how are we supposed to handle the cave with the big bat? Oh. Alright, let me test this and then I'll show you what the intended design is. Wow. The gongs, yeah. The gongs, and going with a lot of nails and a lot of ropes. Some people, I mean, there was, yeah, Big Bad wasn't a fan of the sound, yeah. There is some people that also had a hard time seeing the symbols and opening the cave. And there was at some point there was also a bug with the bat where you could trick her into not seeing you ever. Welcome to Wild Year Zot in Unity. Yeah. Yeah, it is. But if you so Monster Cave. I think I think we had a lot of fun with the ox. That was, I don't know if it's a section of it, but it's a part of the game that I really liked working on, coming up with little costumes that would be funny for the ox, and mostly like seeing them come into shape with the artist, you know, Thiago, making them, sending them to me and me implementing them. It was a lot of fun, like discovering the animation popping up for the first time. So you were supposed to, so like if you go in there with absolutely nothing, right? I mean, I have a pickaxe and a knife right now. I could destroy the knife. Could I? Well, no, not in the editor, but you'd cut this down. I'm gonna make it a little bigger. Yeah. On our Discord, people were just saying the same thing, and I was replying, one day he'll find love. The first hint was this box thing here with this. So technically you're supposed to just go all the way to the end and then climb through here. That's like the safe way to do it, and that's the first symbol. O. Like that. But you could also just push it, but the things you're supposed to see was to grab it, and then when you push it, it's supposed to bring this, you know, bat to teach you that like moving objects around the cave make sound, which attracts the bat. That was like, you know, the first hint on there. So if you were to go through that way, you could climb up here, jump, climb, jump, jump. There was a couple things interesting in here. Then it was Y, that was the second OY. Nope, not oysters. OY. And here it is the B. So first thing is to drop down. Oh, did I make it bug out? I think I may have bugged it out. Nope. Okay. It's to avoid the bat. Climb up on this thing here. Then make the sound. Then you could, oh, you needed to go get the nails. There were nails at a spot. So like if you were calling the bat here, it would show up there. But you could grab those nails. There's an L here. O-Y. I think it's O-L or L-O. O-L. O-Y. L. Nope. Then the thing you could do is, so call the bat, then run, try to make it back to the original spot she gets to. Jump, jump, and then block this spot. And then when she comes back in here, she stays stuck behind that thing, and you can just move it around however you want. And then you move it around here, you climb up, and you can exit. And if you really don't like it, there's also a way where you can just totally block the thing. Like if you need more rope. Sorry, I'm going to use my console stuff. If you have more rope and nails. Oh, did I not put the nails in correctly? No, I got the nails. So while she's, you know, like coming in and out of the wall, of the hole, trying to come out. Oh, I think I'm gonna get seen. Nope, perfect. If you block it here, then she just stays stuck in between those two, and you can just leave her stuck in the walls. Except if you call that gong, then she'll pop out over there. But now, for now, she's stuck. You'll see her pop her head out here, then pop her head back over there. Like now she's here, and then she goes back over there, and she kind of gets sad and stuck. And then you can just go through the cave without any trouble. And then the last one is, oh, so it's OYOL, I think it is, code. Oh, right. But if you were to make it, if you were to enter the wrong one, you fall, and then it's written here in the back. OYOL. OYOL. And then this code gets you out. This one. OYOL. I think we made the colors a little too dark based on like the back of the environment, so it was a little hard to see. The While You're Inside playlist you had last stream, yeah, it's gonna be up. I'm suspecting probably next month. I still have to name the songs, send it to. Once I'm done naming the songs, I think it takes two or 3 weeks for our publishing partners to do the work and set it up. I don't know why my camera is being so absurd right now. There we go. I can play it again though, if you guys like that better. Where is it? It's here. And it's gonna be the songs. No, it's gonna be in recently added. Play next. Then you come out. And since we're talking about Wild Yearns Out, I'll show it again because it was cool. A very early version of the, I'll just show the crafting because moving around the world is a little hard. It used to be just a flat 2D world without overworld map. You were just moving through the town, kind of like what's this game called? 2 Crowns? Kingdom 2 Crowns? I think something like that. 2 Crowns is one of the variants of it. Putting my password down here. I think it was called something like 2 Crowns? Yeah, Kingdom 2 Crowns, but just Kingdom in general, the Kingdom franchise. You could, yeah. Did you figure out you could auto move all the stuff if you were to click on the recipe pin? So very early prototype of yeah. It's I think we could have done a better job explaining it, if I'm being very honest. But this was the very first UI and kind of world of Wild Yearns Out. And the plan for it was that you had a forest section that was dangerous with a mine that goes in like a labyrinth. Then you had a windmill. Then you had the residential section for more like, you know, the citizens, farmers, and all that stuff. Then you had the markets with all the shop and the center with the tavern, like all that stuff was supposed to be the busy center of town. And then here we never got to it because we pivoted before it, but here you were supposed to then have like a harbor and a like a castle, a bank, and all that stuff over there. And you'd be just moving through the world, just going left and right like this. But there was a couple cool things, like you could just always have an item equipped and walking with it. The blacksmith shop was very different. So the smelter, you would have to put ingots in a certain order to figure out which part of the sword you could make with it. And then once you started it, you were gonna be stuck in like kind of like this crafting mini game. Yeah, that's kind of like the feedback we were getting too. It was like, yeah, it's interesting, but it's just everything was very tedious. Like forging a sword. Like now I'm gonna forge a sword. It is 2:33 where I am. Let's see. The mini game was kind of very flat as well. Then you need to grind it. It was always, you had to go through the same 4 steps. You had to go through melting the ingot, molding it, grinding it, and then heat treating, which we had that step. And I love that animation of the smoke coming up. And then you're supposed to do that 3 more times for a sword. For the guard. And then, so for the guard again, you see like, it's kind of like the walking. It was a little closer to, I guess, the blacksmith, you know, experience where everything takes a long time to make. But it wasn't really what we wanted out of our crafting mechanic. We wanted something a bit more, you know, quicker to do, and just more fun to play around, because you'll see that the assembly table is still here very differently. Like we redesigned it after we changed the way the crafting works. But yeah, then that would stay here. And then you would do it a 3rd time for the handle. Yeah, you do a lot of forging, so I can't imagine if you were to have to do all of it all the time. But there was a cool feature though, which I'm gonna show right after I'm done forging this sword, where you basically you were supposed to manage a shop more than go through the story. Like the game really shifted a lot. It was all about managing your shop rather than exploring the island and becoming a master. And figuring out who the bad guy is. And then you bump, bump, bump. Alright, and then you would go on to assemble it by, you know, picking up your base and then inserting items in each slots. Oops, there. And then you would get a sword. You would place your sword in the chest that was here, because you also had an inventory. But if you were in your shop, you could place items in here, and the first like 8 items would show up as like a display of what you could do. which I thought was a really cool option. But we had to remove it because these were modular, and when we changed the items with all the items, with all that stuff, is if you could repair a helmet or a chest plate, could as well. Oh, I mean, we can do that. Can do that right now for the next batch. If I pull up, so if I close this, that's old. And then if I pull up Unity, well, the iron's hot. Repairing, if you could repair a helmet or a chest plate. Yeah, I hadn't thought of being able to repair it because I think I had never, like, you could technically get it out of the adventure, put it back in the forge, repair it. Is that why you would want to repair it sometimes? To repair it, if you were to go to this thing, items, and then like armor, if you do grind results, you get the same armor. Same thing for the helmets, you get the helmet. Same thing for, I guess, the shield, right? Yeah, I can see that. So we have amulet stuff, which is the title weapons in the game called. I'll also do the hammer just for the sake of it. Okay, then we've got the Damascus armor. We've got the Damascus hammer. Helmet. Actually, I'm not gonna do the hammers. It doesn't really make a ton of sense to be able to grind a hammer back. Helmets, knife, pickaxe, shield. Did we do the helmet? Yeah, we did the helmet. Shield, spear, sword, wheel. Okay. Then we've got the class stuff. Glass helmet and glass armor. And then we've got the iron armor. That's one. That is 2. And the third one is the shield here. 3. And then the obsidian armor, which is the volcanic in the game. That's 1. Then that's another 1. And then that's another 1. And I think that's it, right? Oh no, we forgot steel. I forgot steel. Steel armor. Oh, steel armor. 1. Steel helmet. 1. And steel shield. 1. We save. We make sure we've got 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. But the hammer is about 1. And then the hammer here, 0, like that. The next patch of the game for sure is gonna be, at least for Steam, Steam Deck, Xbox, and just the Game Pass platforms in general. I don't think it's gonna be for PlayStation and Nintendo Switch, just because I'm the one that has to do them myself now, and I'm not. I haven't. I don't have the SDKs, so the porting team was helping me with that stuff, and they are on other projects now. But Xbox, yeah, perfect. Xbox is kind of like where we have the most players, I think, because of Game Pass, which is great. Game Pass is awesome. And let's just test it to make sure we didn't mess anything up. Player camp. Player camp, and then if I go and I'm just gonna add an Elite armor just to make sure it works. We don't technically need to test every single one of them. Oh, what did I do? Okay, still good. We've got the armor and we can repair it, so it should be good now. Perfect. All right. Your wish is done. You can now repair armor and shield and helmets. Yeah, I looked for a new game. Yeah, it really helped us. Honestly, the 90% of the player went through Game Pass. It was a little sad, the fact that there was bugs at the beginning and it took us a little bit of time to get them out. But now the game is in pretty good shape and it's gonna stay for, I mean, a pretty long while. Yeah, it's gonna be on Game Pass for a long time, so you're gonna have time. You're gonna be master, get back to the beginning and lose everything in the ship and start again at least 10 times probably. Nice. Thank you, guys. And this next one is... I'm gonna close while you're inside so that it doesn't explode my laptop to have two Unity open all the time. But the next one, which I didn't present to you, how do I pronounce your name? S8A6OW. Labyrinth. I had a lot of hours in the game and had to restart. Oh yeah. The Labyrinth was a tough one, and it took us. I tried to keep the design as it was intended, but still fix it. But it like fixed it for some people, but not for everyone. You could still get lost if you kind of like broke the axe that you could make while in the Labyrinth. So I just removed the cactus so you could just navigate in it correctly. Any title for the new one? Well, we called it Loot Gambit for now, because the whole principle of the game is that you're taking your gambit to go explore a dungeon and grab the loot. But if you get attacked by the monster, kind of in the same time with the big bats, you lose your gambit. So it's a gambit to go get loot, so we called it Loot Gambit for now. We'll see if the name sticks or it has to be changed. It's Shadow. But any mistaken to just say Shadow. Perfect. Shadow's great. It's a lot simpler to say. But yeah, this next game is a 3D game where the whole concept is that you're an adventurer and you go explore dungeons to grab loots and survive. It was kind of the inspiration of the game we had was, what if the Adventurers building was its own kind of little game So it's kind of this same tone. It's not the same universe, but that's where the inspiration starts. Then the tone is kind of similar to what we did with the sneakies, the adventures, and the dad jokes. The shadow. Now that you say it, I think I see it more. While the dungeon's dark. While this loot's still in the dungeon. Yeah, I like while the dungeon's dark. Shadow, I see it now. Oh my god. This is incredibly annoying that it does that. I don't think connected body here is going to do much. Yeah. Not what we wanted. Because we don't want gravity on this one for now. Porgy's song. Yeah, that was the Rad Jam. Maybe it's a thing in the engine itself. Yeah, I think it's... So, I'm trying to figure out how to play with... Oh, come on. So, it's still a little... Can I just make that static for now? I guess if we make it kinematic... No. Freeze position. That's what we want. And we're going to freeze rotation too. So it should move. We can still open. But you see, it does this thing. It's the joint is really like improperly connected, I guess. It shouldn't move at all in the X, Y, and Z axis, like whatsoever. But it is. It's moving on the Y for some reason. Huh. It's like I can push almost everything. Maybe it's also because the player doesn't have friction. Doubt it, but yeah, no. The fact that you can push the object so far out is not a good thing. I just kind of want to make the hinge joint work still, because it's not like it's just that big a thing. It should be able to work pretty naturally between, we want to use limits and we want to have between negative 90 and 90 degrees. Is the door a different entity than the frame? Well, yes. Like, this is the door. I think the frame, I tried one where the frame was just by itself and it kind of did the same thing. I wish, so my goal is to have it so you don't actually need the frame and you can just put this door and put this door against like a wall here or whatever. Or, well, not this specific door because obviously it's super small. But like if I were to move this door over there, my hope is that we can make it so that they're like you can interact with them with physics. Also, I only have a trackpad, so it gets really hard at some point. So we want 90, and I think 90 on the Z too. Yeah, 90, 90. So like this is kind of like, I want this. So the door is just by itself and it's just a hinge joint which should make it move around the anchor, which the anchor is right over there. Why is it like that? I guess now it should not be on the x-axis, it should be on the the z-axis. Yes, like that. And being able to move it. Okay, it goes back to normal because I don't know why. Okay, let's deactivate this. I'm not sure. Not even sure where it goes back over there. But you see, like, I have a feeling it's because it's just this thing. Like, it's like, if it's kinematic, for example, like it's just a door, and I think I'm just gonna leave it like that. I think I'm just gonna make it kinematic and then apply a force to it, because then if you have like some force to apply to it, it's gonna move by itself. Is, I think, kind of like the best, probably the best way we can get it right now. That way we can get to some coding. So the door is it's not different. It's a different entity technically, but it's a child. So it's a child of a parent with a frame, and we wanted to rotate kind of around the. Yeah, it's not the best way of doing it. Nope, not X. Z. Nope. Alright. Sorry. So let's make sure if we go there, we open the... Oh wait, I forgot there's a wrong axis there. It's on the x-axis. It should be on the z-axis, as we said before. Alright, now it opens, and we don't want it to do this weird bug, so we're just gonna make it kinematic. Give it the automatic center of mass. And alright, now the door does not move when you push against it, which is gonna be alright for now. We're just testing stuff. We want the automatic center of mass, a mass of 10. Okay, now, so we've got, so the goal of the game is like grab loot, right? And the whole point is that you go in a dungeon and you can grab stuff, but you can also throw it. So right now it's pretty like you can grab, you know, like any, like some objects. Once you grab too much, you start being encumbered, and you move a little slowly. You can drop objects to start moving more faster, or you can throw objects. Not like that. You can 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi. You can throw objects. Wait, what does it do like that? 1, 2, 3. Hey, there's an issue over here that there shouldn't be. And you know what? No friction in the character. Yeah, it's throwing it. It should work correctly. So why isn't it? Let's do player. It should open an editor of code over there. And now we're going. What's making it confusing, Shadow? Just the components of Unity, or how it's set up? Oh, everything. So we've got our code here. This is the thing that drives like what our player does. So you've got your player here, and it should be doing. This window is way too big for right now. There, it should be doing this on pickup thing. Are we on the right location? Yeah. On pickup, when you pick up, that works fine, and then when you throw it, it should detect if your throw time is longer than your hold time, and if it isn't, it should just throw it in the direction. So I just want to make sure we're going through the right. So then the other stuff, maybe you should start coding. Honestly, I used to be in marketing, so like if I can do it, you know, anybody can code, but it's pretty, like if you do the logic of it, it's pretty, like a computer is not very smart without the code, I would say. So the code is very like, all right, you do this, then you do this, then you do this. So I feel like it's a little bit easier to understand for me as well. So let me grab, not that. We don't care about that. Let me grab a pot. We grab a pot, and then we want to throw it, which goes through the right direction. It throws it forward. It throws it at a vector of 10.92, and that's because we our hold is only 3 seconds, so it should be time minus, oh no, sorry, we only held it for 1.6, so it's kind of like the right thing, and then we throw it, conserving the velocity from the head anchor. Yeah, it works. So why wasn't it working before is the question. If you grab it, also it's working, but it got inside the tables for some reason. Oh, sorry, let me stop this thing. I'm gonna make it so that it's a little bit less long to hold it to get the max power, like 2 seconds, so that it should make it a little bit more. No, that was just a regular throw, because that should be on that 0.25, I think, and then that should work. All right, you throw it, it looks nice, and if you throw it against the table, it kind of stops there because it's a box. We might want to add some rotation to the throw at some point too, so that it's not that rigid. Like this guy here, I think he has a mesh collider. Maybe wrong, instead of a box collider. But yeah, it rolls and it stays on the table. That's more kind of like the interaction we want rather than a box. But that's what we have. So now what we want to be able to do is to grab a door and be able to push it and pull it while holding it. And I'm wondering, hi, thank you for the follow. Taidzinho, let me know if I butcher your name. I butchered one name already today. I wouldn't put it past me to butcher another one. Yeah, that's the goal. We want to be using, so the goal we want to have, oh hey, hey Alan. The goal we want to have is like, you're getting chased by a monster and you kind of encumbered and you kind of start throwing all the items that you use to, like, you know, try to make an exit for it, and then you have to figure out how to outsmart the monster to get back, grab your loot, exit the dungeon. Maybe it would make sense to throw stuff if you press a certain button and then the dropping button. That makes sense. Yeah, throw stuff. Also different button for throwing and dropping. I think we should make a different button for the grab too, but maybe not. Maybe we should. We have a pickup, we have a throw. and we have a grab. Let's just keep it a pick up, a throw, and you kind of want it a drop, right? A pick up, throw, and a drop. Let me do the grab for now. So that's gonna be pick up and throw. That's the grab and throw light objects, right? And this is gonna be the drag heavy object stuff. Okay, so if you press, for example, F for dropping, maybe if you press X plus F and then he throws it. Yeah, we could, how would I do that? How did you, that's a good question. How can you do like combination of, let me unlock this. How do you do combination of keys in the new input system? Modifiers. Is that in here? No. What the hell on modifiers? I have a problem without the holding, but yeah, that's true. Right now it's kind of like if you spam the F, you drop, and if you hold the F, it gives you a better handle on where you want to technically essentially drop it. But what a modifier of the input system. Oops, sorry. We don't want to add. Let me drag and drop it here. Oh, we don't. What is a modifier? Button with one modifier, two modifier. Let's do that. With two modifier, compose it. Okay. Oh, so you can do shift and oh, okay, that's pretty cool. That's actually an interesting way of doing the movements. Instead of having a move and a crouch and a run, you do a move with a. that's the you're getting the game dev juices flowing. But instead of doing like a jump and crouch, or like a crouch and a run in the movement, you do a movement with two modifiers, I guess. Add binding with, oh no, you can only do bindings. So you'd have to do a move forward while holding, a move left while holding, a move right while holding, a move down while holding. yeah. That's the hard part, isn't it? Let me bring that back up and let me pull this thing out so we can figure out how to do our grabbing and moving stuff. Okay, so, oh yeah, that's what it is. So our grab function was, instead of being one where you just press a button and it grabs something in front of you, it was supposed to be a state essentially that you move, where like it would move the button, move your hand up and down to grab and hold objects. So that was kind of like the intent behind this, and I did the M toggle grab mode here so that you could choose over here if you wanted to be holding the button or just pressing the button to grab objects. Because one thing we learned while they're inside, it's a lot easier to do settings at the beginning of the project than at the end of the project. At the end of the project, you end up having to test all of it back up because of the settings and stuff that can get messed up and all that stuff. So grabbing joint and releasing joint, and we have a grab node here, so blah blah blah. pick up objects, and we're gonna do oh, let's do a light objects. Let's do a pickup object and a grabbable. Actually, let's call it a grabbable object here instead of calling it a weird pickup object. And here we'll call it a grabbable join equal other dot get components. Grabbable joints. That's the one we want. Down a certain button, or hold down the button, you could show you a straight line or project. Yeah, that's also, so the inspiration kind of behind our logic was the way moving out is doing it, and I really like how they do it. Actually, it's really it works really well in conveying. No, not moving out the game, moving out game, moving out gameplay. Perfect. Like the way they. Oh, that's a trailer. That's two. The way they do it for moving out is really great. Also, I really recommend moving out if you haven't played it. It's a really fun game to play with friends. There. I think, and they do it probably in here. Yeah, now they do it like this thing. Yeah, you see they do like a array that grows larger. Yeah. You need to find friends first. Well, you got friends here. And they do it here too, I think. Oh, ghosts. Our monsters are gonna be a little less easy to tackle than this. A little bit harder to tackle, actually, it's the way to say it, but yeah, he did it here again. This, like, here, it's very faint, but there is a range, basically, of where you do it. Yeah, and the light gets bigger, and well, for them, they swing it because they have this system where, like, you can grab the objects with two people and then swing it. I don't think we'll have the throw on heavy objects like this. I think we're just gonna make it so that you could grab it with a friend, but it's just dragging the object faster or not. Perfect, at the perfect length for the throw. Yeah. We also, this I think we'll have to re-tackle when we start designing the dungeon layouts. So right now we just have a series of room, right? Which is just like kind of put together just so we can test stuff. For me, just so I can test the, like you put this scene, Tiago put this in together so that I can, test how interacting with different, item and environment works. Pick up pots and see what the intended feel of this dungeon was. Also, I really don't like this character, so I'm gonna have to change it. I imagine a Mario Kart style of Sabotage too. Oh yeah. Or like being like throwing a pot at your friend and have them collapse right in front of a monster. Because we have, so we did this thing. That was kind of like the first thing I did, which was a fun eating a mushroom, becoming huge to squish everyone. Yeah. Little power-ups. Where are we gonna do it? We're gonna do it in the, I'm actually gonna add, not the autosave, we don't want that. It's not that good. I'm gonna add a test one, test ragdoll. It's gonna be on the slash button. There we go. A button that is not often used, and here I'm gonna do private void on test ragdoll input value switch ragdoll. If value is pressed. I mean, it's just gonna call it once, but it's just gonna do switch ragdoll. So like right now, you've got the, so you move around. Oh, I forgot to reload the game. And so the idea was that you run around and then you get something that is a force applied on your character, and the way you get moved was to just go ragdoll. And then that lets us, so like we did it, so I did that for fun. Oh, whoa, that did not work. What happened to this guy? Just exploded in the air. Oh, you know what it is? I know what it is. I think it's the character, its hands. Root, pelvis, spine, clavicle, upper arm, lower arm. I think I made them spring joints in there for some reason. Oh no, I removed that. Alright, then I don't know why it's dragging so loosely. Twist limit. Low twist, high twist, swing limits. Also, why does it have gravity and is kinematic? That's just bizarre to me, but I think that's planned. Yeah. Not sure why it moved like that. Swing, no, that's not swing and twist limit. Twist, swing, okay. Enable projection, what does that do? Projection distance, no, we don't want that. Right, that does. Break force, break torque, enable collision, enable pre-processing. Mass scale, connected mass scale. Huh. Alright, well, I love the in-depth explanation. Well, thank you for stopping by, and have a nice day. Thank you for stopping by. Yeah, I don't know why the ragdoll is doing this, but we're gonna just problem for another day. For now, we are focused on making sure the game is fun first. So we're gonna have the grab function like this. And then when we grab it, it's gonna toggle a mode. So now we're in our grab mode where the hands are supposed to go up. But for now they don't go up because I don't have the animation and I don't want to lose time doing it. But then you have the grab node here. So grabbable joint, other. There we go. So if the grabbable joint is null, or we're at max capacity, and the grabbable joint is also null. Oh, you know what? There's something else we need to do. If we go in here, set new pickup target thing. Because right now when you go to this, when you go here, it picks it up, but it doesn't pick up the other ones. You have to go back in, go back out, and then you can pick it up, which is not really great. So we're gonna add a list. We're gonna add a list of objects in here. So here we have current grabbable, and then we're gonna put a list of grabbable object calls m grabbable in range. There, grabbable in range stuff. And when we set a new target, we're gonna do current grabbable in range dot add grabbable objects, else if m grabbable in range dot contains grabbable objects. Then we're gonna just remove it. We're just gonna remove the grabbable object like that. Alright, and then if the m current grabbable is equal to null, like if we set it to null here, and the m grabbable range count is greater than 0, then we're going to set the current grabbable equal to the first one in the list. Like that. And that should give us basically, like if we set this to null in this function, then it's going to set up the second one so that we work it out. So set pickup target grabbable objects, and then we're going to add, and then here we're going to remove, but it's null though. Game object. So we're gonna just leave. Wait a minute. It's null in here. Oh, because it can't be current grabbable. If this grabbable object is null, so we don't need to know this Boolean stuff. Actually, we just totally don't. So m current grabbable is equal to the grabbable objects. First of all, if the grabbable object is equal to null, we're gonna do m grabbable in range dot remove m current grabbable if it's null, and if it's if it contains this in its range, like that. If the grabbable object is null, that means we're removing an object from our target by either picking it up or just getting out of range of it. In that case, we remove it, then we add it, and then if it is then we're gonna do it here. M current grabbable blah 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 equal so we do it here. Then if it's okay, else if grabbable object not equal to null, we're gonna do m dot grabbable in range dot add grabbable object, but we're gonna do it reversed. So we're gonna do this. Actually, I did a lot of refactoring for not a lot of the benefits of it, but if it's not null, we're gonna add it in range, and if it is null and we contain it in it, then we're going to remove the current grabbable. just as a safety. Then we set the current grabbable to this grabbable object. And if the current grabbable is null, but we have a range of items, we have items in range, then we're going to set the current grabbable to the top one. And that should work. I think that should work by itself, because when you set an object to be inactive or in the animation, it naturally goes out of range. It naturally like calls the on exit collider on this object here, grab node. It naturally triggers this, I believe. I think it's that. So you go in the middle of it, you pick up an item. I don't know why it stopped, but because the you know what? Because the grabbable in range is never set correctly. So in the awake function, we're just going to do a quick little m grabbable in range equal new. You don't need much more than that. No, I don't think so. Every object will be grabbable? No, I think we're going to have two types of objects. We're going to have the smaller objects that you can pick up and put it in your inventory, like pots, lanterns, maybe chests, stuff that like we'll consider, you know, pickable basically. And then you have more like the heavier object that you can do with the drag method, like moving doors, moving levers, things like that. But then you might want to be, I don't think, maybe we'll make it so that you can also move a table, but you can't pick up a table pretty much. Except if you have a power up or something. I don't know. That's the plan for now, I think. What do you think? Yeah, I think like that it's gonna be able, because that way with that method we can make it so that you can throw items and you can like, so either we didn't want to make it like moving out, because I tried to make it and it was working, but it wasn't that fun in our environment of a large dungeon to hold and drag items the whole time. Like it was being a little tedious. So instead you can pick up objects and then you can throw objects. That way everyone is like, you can pick up and throw them, and you can work with your friends to have like synergy in how you tackle the dungeon, or you just, you know, go in, pick up the dungeon, and you do runs to the chest to deposit your items so that you can store them, and then do another run and all that stuff. But the ability of just like storing items also as almost ammunitions to fight against the monsters was pretty cool. We thought. Like blocking a door with a big object, but I do think this type of heavy items would be better to move it to more people. But yeah, an AI company can be really hard to make though, like I have to say. But it would be cool. I would prefer if we did a game that can be played, you know, like by yourself or with friends, and like add a mechanic, like add limits when you have more than one people, which is what moving out does a little bit. Like if you're playing moving out by yourself, when you pick up heavy objects, you move faster and you can actually drag them faster to the truck. And like all the stats of like how much time you need for like 3 stores or whatever is also changed. So that's kind of like a way to do it, I think. That way we can count it, like if people, because an AI companion, it's not that it's like AI is always hard to do, like good AI, but an AI companion can be really frustrating really quickly. Like if it just stays in the door for some reason and like doesn't let you pass through a monster, like you'll get frustrated rather than have a good laugh, which is, I don't know if we want to encourage that. All right. So we were here. We grab stuff. We grab it. 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 Why did I? How was I able to pick it up twice at the same time? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2. Oh, wait a minute. That was the exact same one. We can't do that. Why did it do that? Oh, because I spammed it probably. And then it was reassigning it when I spammed. Is that what I did? Like if you spam FF. Or if you do. Yeah, now it's. And now we got the 1, 2, 3. Oh, I guess not. 1. Wait, let me just reload this stuff. Why is it always printing prop dungeon 8 even if we're picking up this one, which is 7? It's printing always the same one, which I'm not sure why it's doing that. No, it's when you pick up, on pickup, M current grabbable is equal to null. We don't want that. We just want to do set pickup target to null. That's what it is. There we go. But 5. But 5. But 5. But there is a pretty weird issue though. Is that it's always printing the first name. Why is it doing that? Yeah, that's why. Try peek at results. So it's always going to tip the first one, because the first one is always at the very top of it. That's kind of a stupid way to do it. Fixed update. We're just going to make it so that actually we don't need to do it. I can pick up the account and that's just it. Result is going to be m.linkplayer. Items picked up. How do you get the what is that? That's a queue. How do you get the child at a specific level of that queue? I have that, like, you know, get element of queue based on index. Particular element from queue. There is no get. Yeah, of course not. It's a queue. Anybody please tell me how to achieve that in a queue. Downcast use specific queue implementation if it supports that operation. Accessing is not part of the concept of a queue. Obviously not. That's stupid. Yeah, I don't know why I'm trying to do that. Can I convert a queue into a list? But it's gonna be rough to do that every single time though. Yeah, they're removing it and re-adding it into the queue every single time. First in, first out, collection of objects. Wait, that's not what it should be. It should be it should just not be a queue. Wait, if I pick up this spot here, and I pick up this spot, it should come out the fat one, not the thin one. It should be this one first, not the bottom one. So we're gonna change how we're doing that. We're not gonna make it a queue, we're just gonna make it a list. Like that. And that means this is also gonna be a list. So we've got our current grabbable, we got a grabbable in range, and we've got our items picked up. Then here we're gonna add this guy, and then the try DQ here isn't gonna be try DQ, it's gonna be something like var let me make a function get next element, get next item to throw, and it's going to return a grabbable object, and it's going to return if the items picked up is equal to null, or the m.items picked up dot count is equal to 0, which is going to return null. Nope. That. And otherwise it's going to return items picked up. Sorry, my voice is cracking. Items picked up dot wait, can I just do try found last? No. Yeah, that's technically... What does find last actually do? It's just gonna return last, but does it do like need the last time using index notation, browser index? Just that's Python. The last index of method returns the last index of an item if run in a list, blah blah blah. The index of, okay. Find last. Wait, whatever. We're just gonna do here return so it's if the count is 1, it's gonna return 0. If the count is, it's gonna, okay. So that's what we want. All right, and that I think should let us do pretty much the same thing we had before. Try get next throwable out var grabbable objects equal false. That returns. Otherwise, sorry, let's call it object to throw again. Otherwise, the object to throw is just nothing, and if we drop the type item, it's literally going to be the exact same thing. Okay, and then up there we're just going to do new this thing so that we don't have to type every time we change type. And in here we're going to do items picked up I, and that should make everything work in our favor. That's 5, 7. All right, so first off, now we actually write the good name, and we want to, oh, it's not doing that. It's doing the top one. Is that the top one, right? About dungeon 5? Oh no, about dungeon 4. One thing we also forgot here is in the try get next throwable, we're also going to do items picked up dot remove grabbable object, or remove at our last index is going to be this thing. Then we're going to do this, and then we're going to do remove at last index. Return true, otherwise it's null and it's return false. And I'm just going to do this here. How does it feel to listen to your own music on a stream, Alan? Alright, now it should be part 7. Alright, look at this. It actually works correctly as intended. We're gonna throw out the big one, and then we're gonna just push out this one, and then push out this one, and push this. Alright. Pretty good. Alright, so this is something that we've got, which is pretty good. It works decently well. Now the second thing we do is we're gonna change that a little bit. So we're gonna do if the grabbable object is not equal to, actually, do you want to be able to grab some? No, I don't think you do. If m.linkPlayer.inGrab mode, we're gonna do this one, and then we're gonna do m.linkPlayer.grabJoints, grabbable joint. Else, if m.linkPlayer. Is at max capacity, is not at max capacity. So if this is equal to false, then we're gonna do this one. Like that. And on trigger exit, if the game object is equal to the current grabbable, which means the one currently set, we're going to set the new pickup target to null. And that should be it. So now the question is, we're going to go grab our friend this door, and we're going to drop it somewhere here, just for sakes of testing. And we're going to move it like here. No, let's move it over there, and let's make it -90. So basically it's going to rotate like that. Should rotate. No, it's not -90 here. It should be negative. It should be 180 here. And 90 here. That's how we should have the door, I think. Yeah, that way you can just open it like that. And then we want a collider that's a prop, which should, I think it should just work now. We just want to make that have the grabbable joint thing. Don't really care about the holds right now. Joint constraints, we don't really care either. Distance offset, no, and connected mass. Okay, I think like that is supposed to work-ish. Let's see what explodes. Right, nothing explodes when we press play. Grab node on trigger exit. What is that? We need to add this here. The thing that I had removed before. This is what we want to add here. But then here, we're going to press F. And when we press F, we go in a grab mode. G. We go in grab mode. And then something doesn't work. M holds of grabbable joint has now been assigned. So let me go back into this thing here, and then try next. Right, so this is all good. This will return and remove the last item of the grabbable list. Turns the list of items into a first in, last out queue. Always use this function to access the next item in that list. That's for future me. Grab out the variable to set to the last item in the list. Returns true if an item was found. False if the list is empty and we couldn't grab anything. Find any element. Okay. I'm trying to do my best to comment as I go through stuff. Do these comment in green change something, or are they just for guidance? No, so I'm trying to do these comments a little bit more so that when someone else joins the project, or if you guys have to go into the code and like use a function, or if me in 2 weeks have to go back to this, I'm using that to make sure like I do a quick explanation of what that function is meant to do for now. removes and returns the last item of the grabbable of the pickup of the items picked up. So it's just so that like future, like let's say future me who has forgotten why I'm doing this right now, it's just to give him a bit of context so that he's not totally lost as to why we kind of made those choices in that function. I've had a couple times in Wild Heron's Hut where I was doing work on the code and then I went back to it and I was like, wait a minute, why was I doing this? Like, what's the point of this function? But then I was just leaving it in because I didn't know if it was gonna be super important or not, and if it was super important, maybe it was something, like I've got functions in there that are just for me to see how you do something sometimes. And this function sets a new target sets a new item that can be picked up by this player. It also adds and removes this item to the list of items in range. If item is null, it sets to the top item of that list, so that spamming F picks up everything in range. So that spamming F picks up everything in range without having to enter and exit the colliders. Spamming F, so that spamming F, let's do pressing F, so let's just do spamming F. Parameter name, that is the item to set as the new pickup. If null, removes the item currently set as a target from the list of in range items as well. Okay, through object. Function used to apply a direction and used to apply a force to a grabbable object. The object that will get thrown, the direction in which to throw, the strength of the throw, where the item start its throw from, and whether or not the player velocity should be taken into account. Alright, drop top item. This is just going to be drops the last item picked up in a random direction. Drop last item picked up. Okay, and then this thing here on throw is called when the throw button is pressed. Dictates whether the top item should be dropped or thrown based on length, based on how long the button was held for. The top button is pressed and then is pressed and released. On release, decides whether the top item should be dropped or thrown based on blah blah blah. Alright, that should be good. doing this so that spamming the link button doesn't pick up the item twice during the animation. And then picked up, called when the pickup button is pressed. Just picks up the item currently set as grabbable and set the next one in the queue as the new grabbable. Alright, we have got our thing to do. This is also done. Now we've got this. So our to-do for this is going to be hi Posey. Hi. My dog came to say hi to us. Wait, come here. Come over. Oh, hi. Hi. How's it going? How are you doing? Yeah? You coming to say hi? Alright. Let's go. Go get your bone. I don't know what she's looking for. I think I hit a bone in there. Now she's just scurrying around. Little Posey. Oh, enough she goes. Sorry. Alright, back into it. So the to-do in here is going to be grab a joint when holding. Actually, I'm just not going to do this. It's going to be pretty self-explanatory. We're losing time. So grab joint. In the grab joints, get left and right hold. What was our error in the last one? It was this one. The variables M holds of grabbable joint have not been assigned. Of course. Create empty. Hold 01. Hold 02. This hold is going to go. Wow, it's very dark right now. But this hold is going to go here. And this one is going to go here. And then we're just going to do hold 1. Hold 2. It's going to make the hands look really weird, but I'll look into this later. The X is going to be 1.5, right? Negative 1.5. Alright. And then we're going to grab the joint and it's gonna be able to move later, I believe. So you go to it, you hold the G button, and when you enter, alright, you can grab it. You can't really move it, but you can grab it. It adds a configurable joint of the trapdoor. And that configurable joint, what if I lock everything? Locked, 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 locked. Yeah, it's not moving. I'm just gonna do a fixed joint for now. And I will figure out how to do it with a complicated joint later. Porcupine, yeah, she's a little porcupine. Okay, we've got an issue here. It's definitely not supposed to do that. I think it's because we want to freeze position and just do the rotation. Yes. I mean, it's not working, but it's supposed to do this. So here I'm having an issue because you holding and moving the full joint, which is not really what we want, right? We want to just move this thing here. And also the fact that it's kinematic makes it not move at all. So let me just test how this door is supposed to be moving. But it's supposed to be moving from 90 degrees back down to 0, but also from just like that. And it's supposed to stop there. And if I push into it, it's doing this weird thing where it pushes, which it shouldn't. But if we make it kinematic when we're not holding it, and then kinematic when we are holding it, it should be better. Let's just try this. For now, we're gonna do is kinematic so that it doesn't move crazy. We're going to move the grabbable joint that's here onto this holding joint. And in the holding joint, we're going to add a fixed joint, mass 1, that is going to be kinematic, not using gravity. And it's going to be connected to this body. Okay, and then this joint is going to be getting a sphere collider, sorry, sphere collider. This sphere collider is going to go right here. It's going to be a trigger. This is going to be non-discrete. Okay, that's all good. Then we're going to grab it. Sorry. Grab it, player, grab joint, and reference not set. Oh, right. Wait. Really? Oh. Wait. This thing here. Okay, and then this thing here. What do you mean joint? Which one is not set? The joint to grab or? If we're in grab mode, then we get the thing. Oops. Oopsie. If grabbable joint not equal. Okay, and now this guy, if it's not kinematic, it can move, right? Okay, and then this guy, if it's not kinematic, it can move. All right. That's kind of nice. I mean, not totally nice, but it kind of is. It's in grab mode, and if the linked player dot is carrying object, I think it is carrying object is equal to false. In that case, we can do the rest of this. Yeah. Okay, so they should both be kinematic, right? Non-kinematic, sorry. They should both not be kinematic. And this thing should have a frozen position, I think. No, not all of them. Just this guy. They should freeze position, right? And also should freeze on the X and the Y. I think that's what it is. That way when you grab it, what now? It's the first time I had a black screen on when a bug happened. Okay, so that works a little bit better. The next thing we want is when we're moving, when we're calculating the rotation we need to face based on the movement, we also want to do something like that, which was commented out. But it's basically what it does is that if it is carrying an object, then it's going to move towards the object. It's going to face the object held at all times, so that it's going to push the door and it's going to move like that, hopefully, rather than kind of moving like that. And then when you rotate, instead of turning like this and rotating, which breaks the door because then the door tries to rotate too, it's going to move back out while facing the door, but it should kind of limit the rotation and not force the door to do this thing. Like that. Still broken, but that's the extent of how we're doing it. And honestly, it's not that bad. I mean, it works pretty fine. It's a little weird, but I've seen first tries that were worse than that, if I'm being very honest. Like the first try at me doing this thing, definitely me doing the grabbing every object and every prop. That looked bad. That was bad. One thing that we want to do now is we don't want the player to move away from the door. And I wonder if there's a way to just spring it back on, basically. Like if we add a spring on here, right? I'm just gonna test it here. If we add a spring, doesn't have a connected anchor, or like something like 100 I think, and a damper of 2. Like if we add a spring joint, what if I connect it to the player right away? Yeah, and then you kind of, then why does it do that? But then if I try to move, yeah, it's gonna keep me to it, which is kind of a nice first like way to do this thing, where moving away from the door is forcing me to get back to it. Moving away forces you back. What if I do, instead of doing the player rigid body, if it was the drag node, so that basically you have a, does the drag node rigid body not have, is not tied to, yeah, I don't think that's it. I don't think it's a really good idea to add a spring joint back onto this object. The question is that we're gonna have to do it ourselves, which means how? So if I do
I think that was TwitchCon.
no, that's not it. Not TwitchCon. To keep player stuck to hinge lever. Let me try to look at this hinge lever in Unity C# 3D. There we go. Create a hinge store in Unity.
What's my safe light story? I see inspiration.
Oh, no. To open and close the door, okay.
Standard asset, which is just a normal hinge joint, and it will add a rigid body for us. That's part of the step. And with the original hinge joint in Unity, you can sometimes connect a connected rigid body. So if you wanted something, place it here and it would act as your anchor, so then you could pivot between it. But with this version, you can auto configure the anchor, so you only need to set this yourself. So you can see that this small little brown arrow, which is not the gizmo to move and rotate and do anything like that, this brown arrow is going to act as our anchor point where we're going to rotate from. So what you could do is that depending on how we've brought in the object, or depending on how the axes are oriented, in my case here, I can adjust the Y value, and I want to get it directly into roughly the center of my object. In this case, minus 0.025. And you can see that it's in the very center of my door, because it will be at the edge of your collider, and because my collider is quite wide because of the door handle, it does it like that. Now, we also need to make sure that this arrow is pointing upwards, so then we can pivot along the correct axis, because if not, we would pivot sort of if we push against it. If I show you here, then the door would pivot as such from the direct center, and that's not what we want. Maybe if you wanted a door like that, you could do it, but we want a normal door. And now in this case, like I said, we want the arrow up, and what I like to do is I like to set the Z value in this so it's 90 degrees or up in the air at 90. So then when we play the game, you can see that we can walk into it and the door spins like that, infinitely around and around.
So our door is a little weird though, because it's pointing down, but that means our anchor should be like, where's that little thing here? Gizmo? Ah, there we are. Yeah, see, that door is pointing down and it's a little off to the side. There we go. The Y is good. The X is here, and the X is going to be here. And the axis of that, it needs to point up. So it is, we want to rotate around the x-axis now, right? So we're going to want to have the x-axis go 90 degree up, right? This is 120. Wait a minute. We can only go from 90 to negative 90? Okay. So that's not this one, it should be this one then. No. In that case, it should be this one. No, not even. Ah, there we go. It should be negative 90. That's what it should be. Now it's pointing up. It's going to rotate . Zero, and it's going to rotate around that axis, I guess. If we push into it, okay, and if we pull, wait a minute, did we fix it? Look at this, and the door is not kinematic, so it works. Woohoo! All right, that's a victory. Oh, fuck. It's not a victory. But then why doesn't it do it when it's moving that way? It's like, that's a weird thing, right? Like it's... Maybe we just don't want to have such a crazy door with crazy expectations. Maybe we just want the door that opens in one way. You know what? Let's not complicate a problem that does not need to be complicated. Some doors are push and pull. This door is going to be a push and pull rather than just a push or just a pull. So you can, if you have, so that way, actually I think that's pretty interesting, and you guys can let me know, but the fact that the door can, fuck, it's weird, it's like going in that moment, but the fact that the door can only be open one direction ends up making it kind of nice because you end up kind of being forced to hold it and open it to let your teammate pass, and if you accidentally close it behind you and then get stuck by a monster, that may be a problem. I'm not sure why it's like so weird in the way it moves. It's weird, it's like not everywhere where you push it makes an issue. But I still think we want it to be something that you hold and grab rather than something you just push from behind. Maybe not though. Maybe you do want to just let player goes through the door and push the door without having to grab it and pull it. But only grab it and pull it when you're actually holding it. So like when you're actually holding it, it actually pulls it. When you push it, it actually pushes it. And it should also really like keep you stuck and then move you. Like, I don't really know how. Yeah, I mean, it's probably because it's not behind the wall. But where were we? We were here, and we were saying it's supposed to be like this, but here, instead of being, it's just the minimum is 0, the maximum is 90 degrees. Or does it just have, am I breaking the door if I make it from 180 to 270? No, 180 to 270? Because that's how it feels like it should be, but it's inversed. Yeah, it's inversed. Don't ask me why, but it is. Alright, so now that we tried it with a fixed joint, let's try it with a spring joint and slowly open up kind of like the strength and see how it goes. Okay. Okay. Let us try the configurable joint now. There's one thing that I would like to do before continuing to test how it feels is to move this holding joint here to be a much smaller radius on the spheres thing, to be like this much. And I would like to move this further in front so that it's literally going to be grabbing wherever that, you know, handle is, but not from behind. And then this I'm gonna put here, I'm gonna put one here, and I put another one just in the same spot. So that is, it's gonna be grabbing the handle in the both spot, but whatever. So now if I go in the back of the door here, oh, it is grabbing it because it's, oh shit. Alright, it shouldn't be grabbing it. Okay, that's one thing. The other thing is in here, I don't want it to face the object held, I want it to face the joint that we are holding instead. So I want it to face the joint. The, is it the joint held? The object held is set to be the linked object of the group, so we want the hand join dot connected body. Then we want the mn join dot connected body. And the is carrying object is going to be if hem and joint dot connected body not equal to null. That should mean we face this actual point rather than this whole door, which the point would be like here. Like that, pushing back, pushing forward, should push you forward. But it is not. Wait. What the hell? Where's that joint? Why is that joint so loose out? I never understand why it does that. What if we don't want it to be? We want it to not rotate, right? I don't know why this joint moves so like loosely. It's really annoying. Mm-hmm. Does the position move? Yeah, it does. Come on. Position move. And the rotation moves. If you freeze the position in the X and the Z and the Y, does it still move? Yeah, it moves around its own center pretty much, which is not great. We don't want to bounce whatsoever, even though there's no bounce. Ah, boy. I'm getting stomped on this thing. I can move a door off its hinges. I'm like, that's strong, I guess. The character is that strong. Just breaks the door off the hinge and gets going. I think it's time for some more research and possibly change from a door to a lever in order to do some tests. And the door is a little weird in how it's handling things. How do we, because I mean, could also do like this thing here. What is this thing? Wait, the barrel, the dungeon barrel. I'm not gonna do a sphere. It's not gonna be a gravel joint. It doesn't have a rigid body. It's just gonna be a mesh. Oh, I forgot to apply it to everything. Apply all. Okay. And then what do we want? We want this. Well, also the table has some bunch of joints, right? No, it does not, thankfully. Is it in the room? No. It's gotta be in the decorations. Yes, there was that shelf dungeon. So what if I want to move this shelf here? I want to move it to here. It has, what does it have in it? It has a bunch of barrels. Wow. Okay, this is beyond my scope. But okay, it has a bunch of barrels. It's this guy here. We're gonna move it out. Couple things, we're gonna make it non-static. Now we're gonna add a rigid body to it. We're gonna make its mass really heavy. It's gonna be continuous, it's gonna be interpolating and the discrete. Okay, it falls and it's good. Oh. Make it really heavy. What is so heavy in my player that it can move a 10,000 pound shelf? Is it the drag it has on it? I think it might have been. Right now it has no friction though. I don't understand what allows, like, what is it that makes this thing, wow, it makes no sense to me. How come the shelf who weighs 10,000 can be fallen, can be felled by just a lousy 10-pound player? Not pound, but 10 mass player. Yep, it bounces right now because the spring is going to be 200 and the damper is going to be 10. Let's redo this. 200, 10. 1. I forgot the upright jump, the jump force too. The jump force is okay, and then the upright spring is also going to have to be moved down to 52. Kind of like those values a little bit better to work with. I don't know if it... Okay, and does it... See, it just makes no sense to me. Why does my... What's the movement? I'm adding a force. I kind of want to just try to figure out what those values are currently printing. See if it helps me come up with something. It's like it's 0. I think my function probably has something going on there. Like my max acceleration at 2000. What if the max acceleration is 10? What if it's 100? Does it go any faster if I from 10 to, I don't know, like 10 moves like that? Now if I make it really a large number, no, it doesn't change anything. So wait, what does move towards with the max acceleration does? Max distance delta. Calculate the position between the point specified by a current target and target moving no further than the distance specified by maximum distance delta. Oh, so it probably needs something like okay. Does it need something really small? Yeah, okay. I had 2000 before, right? 2000 lets me topple anything? No. Wait, why does this thing not get toppled anymore? I keep missing the shelf every time I try to ram into it. What is that? What made it move like that? Is what I'm not understanding. Like if I don't have any they've all got a gravity. But if I remove them, first off it does this thing that's not great. But then if I shit. Where's my shelf? It's here. Move my shelf over there. If I run into it, is it my limbs? Oh, I think it's my limbs that make it not work. It's like it's it's like it's kinematic, but it's somehow or like somehow counts. Alright, if I re-put the pelvis in here, then I can push it. So it's this stuff in here, all those ragdoll limbs thing. Even though they're kinematic, that's why they're kinematic. They're pushing the object. They have continuous. They should be excluding everything, unless in here they should exclude everything. What if we do that? What if we do that? Trigger. What if we just exclude everything from those rigid bodies? Specifically, we want to exclude the default layer. Let's just try it with the default layer. So we've got, do we have anything on the foot? No. Calf, thigh, head, upper arm, hand, lower arm, upper arm, spine, pelvis, and I think that's all of it. And we want to just exclude the default layer. If I do this and I start pushing, it's not pushing anything. That's what it is. But if I make it the default, now it starts pushing stuff? No. So, not yeah, it's kind of weird, isn't it? If it's just a default, also this is kind of... but I think that's what happens. Yeah, I think that's what we need to do. I think when we do the ragdoll stuff, switch ragdoll state down here, F12. This stuff, C dot layer, exclude layers, equal get mask everything. Is that it? Define text so the leg is likely to fail. Yeah, for sure. Equal is equal 1. No. If it's on, Hmm. I'm just gonna remove this, I think. I'm gonna remove this, I'm gonna remove this, and I'm just gonna remove that too. Remove that one, and I'm gonna remove that one. And now where's the error? Has 3 parameter, but is only invoked with 1. Vector 3 dot 0, vector 3 dot 0. That way it doesn't have any fall through right now. Or we just do rigid body dot velocity rigid body dot angular velocity. Okay. And then it's in the switch ragdoll thing in here. If we on, my chair is absolutely horrible for this thing. I'm starting to, my back is starting to totally cramp out. Alright, for clarity. So we're gonna do C dot attach layer, attach rigid body, C dot, that's the ragdoll components. C dot attached rigid body dot exclude layers equal layer mask dot get mask, and we want to, what's the first one we want to include? Just player and limb, right? We just want to exclude player and limb. Nope. Whatever. We want to exclude player and limb. Is there any other exclude layers in this thing? No. Otherwise, how do I do layer mask dot get mask to get every mask? So suppose blah blah blah, the argument can in this case to return value. Okay, so give a set of layer names as defined by either built-in or user layer, returns the current layer mask for all of them. Wait, you can just do that? I've been doing this so wrong. You can just do this whole time. Wow, that sucks. That sucks to know that now. I think I did it horribly wrong over there too. Layers to ignore and held, yeah. Look at this, I only have at, oh boy. Oh boy. Layer mask for all of them, okay. Suppose user layer A and user are the 10th and 11th layers. These will have a user layer value of 10 and 11. To obtain the layer mask value, their names can be passed to get mask. So let's do some research onto how I can get just every single mask in the thing. Gotta log in some stuff though. I think it's just putting everything in it. If we're on, we do player and limb, and if we're not on, we just exclude everything. I think that's what it is. I think that does it. I think, I'm not sure, but switch ragdoll state on the let's just try it. That's not what I was expecting would happen. What is going on? Let's just do it differently. Instead of doing, oh, I'm still gonna need the include, no. Set exclude layers to be everything in ATC shop. Exclude layers, exclude layers, exclude layers. Collider can be included or exited differently depending on the setting of each. Nope. Exclude layers. As such, there could be a conflicting decision for whether to collide. Blah blah blah. No, that's not what we want. Exclude layer. Well, then in that case, if this layer mask.get mask doesn't work, can I do a name to layer with the everything keyword? No. -1. That's what it is. This might look a little weird, but it will make sense in a little bit. So when we don't have this turned on, we just exclude everything, and then we turn it off. When we turn it off, we just care about everything except the player and the limbs, because if we weren't caring about anything, we would just fall through the ground. Like the limbs still need to connect with the floor, with all that stuff. And then when we get back up, we set it back to everything, because then we don't care for the limbs to react to the environment, and then it should work. If I do, see, there's some stuff that work a little weird sometimes. Can I just make it 1 everywhere? Sorry. Just 1 everywhere? Why is it just exploding like that? What the hell? Is it the continued velocity multiplier? Is that it? Continued velocity multiplier. Should be 0.25 maybe. But let's just, if we do it like that. Yeah, it's a little better, but it doesn't really work anymore, because it's just like, it shouldn't just, it should just, I don't know, whatever. But that means that now that we fixed this, does our door feel better? Like, does running into our door causes any more issue? No, right? Yeah, it works nicely. My character is just moving the big head through it, but it works pretty nice. Okay. Works better. Now the shelf, it doesn't need to be that heavy. Maybe I think it's just 100 will make it work fine. Yeah. Okay, and then we want to add like, what if we add onto this, like, join, create empty. What if we added a joint here, for example, like a fixed joint or whatever, fixed joint? Yeah, let's add a joint here. Okay. Connected rigid body is this guy. And let's add, so this is a joint. Joint 0, 0, 1. And it has two child. 0, 1 and 0, 2. We're just gonna leave them like that for now. They're both fixed joints. They both get the grabbable joint option, and they both get, you know what, I'm actually gonna remove this, take it and do it in here, do 1, 2. The rotation is going to be rotation X, just freeze rotation actually, we're just gonna freeze rotation. And the connected mass scale is gonna be 1. Okay, and then we're gonna duplicate it, and this one's, we're gonna put it here. And I forgot to add a sphere collider, which is just a trigger so that we can try to run into it. Then we grab it, went to it, forgot something, forgot to do, sorry, to do prop here. Yes, change children. Let's do prop. Yes, change children, prop and prop. The both trigger. I'll do provides contact too. Ooh, okay, why? Does it not work? Collision detection continuous, I think. Okay, still nothing. Is my player in grab mode? Yeah, it is. It's like it's not even detecting it for some reason. Oh! I forgot to turn it back on, that's why. Oh boy. Okay, and then we can move it around. We don't really want it to fall though. So instead of doing this, our shelf here is going to freeze rotation and just move. Okay. Okay. No. Freeze rotation on the okay, that works. That works. And that doesn't work. Actually, that does work. We just want to freeze rotation on the X. Because if we're moving up a stair, we want to do this. Okay, I think that works. Those two joints. Not using gravity. Not using processing, pre-processing. Okay. It's slowly falling, and I'm not sure why that is. The question that I'm having now is why does it rotate on this axis, right? If it's rotating like that, I thought we locked rotation on the X. So what is it doing? Is it because this guy should not rotate on the X either? These guys should just not rotate at all. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, I'm getting kind of stumped here. I'm not sure why it is behaving the way that it is. There's like, this was stupid to go. Like the joints, let's freeze them on the X, fine. But you grab it, it just does like if you don't freeze them on the X and you go to grab it, then it works so much better. I mean, all things considering. But it still tries to slowly fall off. And then you're going in circles, going round and around and around and around. Joint. So I guess, first off, let's make it with only one joint. And let's not shoot ourselves in the foot before we run the race. Then we go here, you pick it up. It's like it moves better, but does it? The carrying speed modifier should be a lot higher. The object should not have any drag either in here. If it has no friction, you can just move it. Do our object really need friction is the question. I suppose it is. The answer is yes. But what happens if they don't have friction from the get-go? This is what happens. So then what is happening? I'm not sure right now. Not sure because I'm not really understanding all the implications of joints yet, I think. Like I get that it moves an object based on where it is and connected and based on all the settings, but if my object is also connected to a fixed joint, like how do I attach this object to the next one, I think is my question. So I'm gonna do how to do a hinge lever in Unity C#. Alright, and we're gonna look at create an interactable lever in C#, and we're gonna try to follow what that guy is doing, because my stuff is just not working by myself. Making a lever, hinge joint, making a lever in Unity scripting. How can I make a moving hinge joint? Let's see what this guy does. I'm kind of curious now.
Hello and welcome to another VRTK tutorial video. In this video we're going to see how we can use an angular drive to create an interactable lever that automatically snaps to the point when we let go. Please consider becoming a VRTK patron. There are plenty of membership levels to sign up at, and it really helps us on these videos. So in the scene we have our basic object set up already, just a simple lever consisting of this lever base, which is just a sphere, and then the lever handle, which is just this bar made out of a cylinder, and the cap made out of a capsule. What we're going to do is start off by turning our lever handle into our angular drive. So we go to Window, Tilia, Interactions, Controllable Creator, and then select the appropriate angular drive that we want. Again, I'm just going to use the angular transform drive and click Convert, and then we can close this window down, and we can see that has now turned into the angular transform drive prefab. And then we just need to change some of the settings on our angular drive facade.
Hey, that's definitely not what we need. I'm not even sure I have that option. Window Tilia? No, sorry. Window? No, I definitely don't have that option. I'll make a lever in Unity using hinge joints. All joint explain, Unity hinge joint door, make doors, look how to set up hinge joint on doors. And make a link and chain, configurable joint, physics based seesaw. Create movement on Synthi asset. Okay, how to make hinge joints in Unity 2D. How to Unity physics joint tutorial, hinge joint. Okay, this is the joint playground. Okay, 3D rope in Unity. If anyone has some insights, feel free to share. Like, how do you make a lever in Unity using a hinge joint? I think create movement without code. That's not it. How to set up a hinge joint on a door. Let me just check this guy out. See what.
Click on the door, the hinge. Just gonna make a big frame here. And leave that up. And a rigid body.
So you need to have a body connected, I guess. If I do, first off, this guy we're gonna turn off. We're gonna save this. We're gonna go back to our other scene with the messed up door, and we're gonna see if our player is acting better against it. Yeah, it looks like it is, but it also looks like the door is just not opening now. She used to. Rigid body, hinge joint. The hinge is moving down. I think it's because we want 90 degrees here, right? Negative 90. At this point, it should move. Why is it moving on the y-axis now? What is happening? It's 0. It moves. Oh, it does because it was kinematic. It shouldn't be kinematic. Always check your toggles. Okay, and then it does work. Not really better, huh? It's gonna work. No, it's like, it's insane to me why it does that. But it's because it's the dynamic, we're hitting the dynamic. So if this guy is a rigid body, through the ground, but if this guy is a rigid body that is not using gravity, is kinematic, it's gonna exclude the player. No. Like that, and this guy is connected to this guy. If we do this, I'm wondering why it's doing that. Like, just does it, that's the thing, it's just, there's a bunch of stuff that just don't make sense to me on this thing. Like, at all. Like, why this guy that's not using gravity is going down all of a sudden? Like, what is this thing here is not at all where it should be. It should be something like 0.7. Oops. 0.7 to 0 or 0.1, I guess. And now it should rotate fine, I think. No. Now it just gets in the ground. That's what I don't get. Is it because the anchor, this anchor thing? Oh, that's why. I don't know why this anchor is just so low here. It should be 0. It should be opening like that. I don't know why it shouldn't be doing any other kind of operation. Alright, and then it's using gravity somehow. Because when we lift it up... Oh, I guess not. If you put it at 0 though, I think it, I mean, it used to work better when we did that before, but it just doesn't now. Because of this thing, I think. Let's keep this guy, and then it just frees the position and the rotation of this guy. Okay, and then this thing here should be up on the z-axis, I guess. Huh. Okay, so it should be 0.3. So it should be, yeah, 0.3. And now it's just a free-for-all. It's a free-for-all, but it rotates the way we tell it to rotate for the first time in its short existence. Before it was inversed somehow. Now we add a better... Oh no, it is still inversed. So that means if it does this, it should rotate correctly. Yeah. It closes and it opens. The issue is when this happens, you can take the hinge off of it. So let's see how this guy is doing it.
If I try to move real quick, I can fly through it. And that's as easy as just taking this and going, let's go continuous dynamic. And now it's react a lot better.
I mean, yeah, continuous dynamic. Is that better? Continuous.
And I have my actual model. I put my hinge joint on here, connecting the hinge here.
No, the issue is that the hinge joint is just...
And I should be able to, even though it's silly right now, but whatever. And if you increase the spring rate, you can go pretty stiff on this thing. Right now it's like that. Obviously way too stiff, but you know, if you leave it at 0, like if you don't use a spring, it's just gonna do whatever the hell it's gonna do. doesn't need much, but it'll slowly try to get it back to where it was, right?
Yeah, so he's got the same problem and just no one fixes it.
A bit of a damper to it. If you want, you can use motors too. See, like the motor will just start to move it on its own. And then it'll push. It won't push this because it's. If I do that, it will push it if I give it enough force. Right? It doesn't have much force right now. Give it enough force, and it'll start pushing out too. And there you have it. There's a hinge joint. Motor off.
But how do you stop a hinge joint? I guess it's like if you move this into the, if you lock, so you don't want it to move out this way. What if I rotate? What if I block the rotation at every angle? Then it's just gonna rotate, right? It's just gonna rotate on its own axis.
Or something. So I thought I would help. So I made a folder, and I have an empty scene, nothing in here. And there's probably numerous ways to do this.
How do you stop this joint from moving off the connected body? I've set up a hinge joint and even included limit to its rotation, but it ignores the limit when it collides with an object. It acts as springs out of location. We want it to stop rotating when collision happens, and of course transfer the rotation energy to the object you collided with. Looks like it's a solver iteration count issue. Thanks for pointing me to that. It does get a little better when I increase the number, however I'm not sure it will affect the back to the limits if they're exceeded. Just how well it works for you, though, I don't know. My fix was to disable auto configure connected anchor. Still moves off the joint, I'm sorry. Like it still does. Oh boy. Alright, I'm going to go get some water and take a break, and I will be right back. I'll be back in like 5 minutes. Alright, we are back. I also took the opportunity to grab a jacket because I am cold. Or a sweater, I guess. Make rigid body not move away from hinge joint. Oh, that's what we want. It's great using cubes and rigid bodies, cylinders, hinge joint, and everything works well enough except when my 50 kilograms stands still or jump onto a cube. The force is clearly too great and the cubes stretch away from the hinge joint and eventually spring back into play, launching my character 1,000,000 kilometers into the atmosphere. It sounds very similar to the issue we're having right now. Looking at configurable joint, but they also stretch under force, even when motion or angular motion is locked. Maybe the way I'm doing the joints are incorrect in the cube themselves. Need configurable joint to the hinges. Let me put some music back up. It is typical that masses are given as real mass, but mass value which at least function within the limits of the system producing the general appearance expected. Games aren't real physical simulation anyway. Physics engine, okay. I've managed to build a kind of monitor that checks for misalignment and resets the artwork. The image operates when observed, but the result is a tad jittery. And the intermediate calculation required for real-time simulation can overflow or underflow floats all too easily, so the limits involved translate into non-realistic measurement, which happen to produce reasonably realistic results, give or take. My guess is that 5 kilograms probably work, while 15 might be the limit at which you see the objectionable behavior. I love myself at some of the strange results that can happen while tuning. I had a robot arm inflict so much power on the floor that it launched the bot in the air. For a few moments while I wonder what happened, I could see the shadows spinning until the bot fell back to the ground, twitching and bouncing, tossing objects everywhere like a 70s cartoon. Alright, yeah, I mean that was insightful, but that didn't give us a solution. I mean the solution is what? To just remove the physics, mass, and everything to, I guess, 1 and then 1? Is that the, like, solution? No, it's totally not. It's just the same thing. Plus 10 isn't that great of a value. Hinge joint is not firm, leaving connected anchor position. I have a hook with hinge joint which is working fine, but as my object moves quickly, move my hook, leave its position for a while. Here's the joint. Okay, it may depend if you're using animation to move. If you move object using its joint, so this could not happen. The parent object which was moving the hook working to animation by setting its animator update move to program has resolved what animated physics probably do. When turned on, animation will be executed in the physics loop. Animator mode updates. I don't see how. that would really change anything. Like, I just don't really see how it would. But let's say that it might. And see what it does. So first off, we'll try to fix this. It should be 0, and this should be 1. And it should move like that. Okay. What in the hell? What? Oh my god. Damage. Nope. Insurance or lagging behind the connected body. Nope. Is that Unreal? That's Blender, it's even. That's helpful. Also, I don't know if it's just me, but it's really bugged out when I go to the Stack Overflow Exchange for Blender. That's what we already have. That's only 2 replies. Hinge join moving out of place when collision happens. Hinge join won't stay in place when moving game objects. Yeah, like if I move this object. Yeah, it's not moving anything. You can't tell me that that's how they actually thought it should work. I mean, I'm thinking that people smarter than me making it like this, there's a reason, but I can't see why it should not move away from this. I don't know. Prevent joint anchor. Everything works fine until I try to move the way programmatically. It seems like whenever I try to move the mass, the hinge joint anchor won't stay in place. Manipulating the transform directly bypasses the physics engine when you have a rigid body. Okay, again, that's not what we're doing. Soft tanks, the train changing the works, the anchor next stays in place, but I have another problem that came up. Engine works fine when its rotation, swinging angle reached somewhere. What about 1 degree? So actually, I guess this is probably not how you set it up. It probably, you have to go, okay, let's try something else. 1, go here. You, go away. You and you. Create empty parent. Door. We got a trap door. Okay, and this. joint and a child of that joint. If that joint moves on the z-axis, the child will also move. If the joint moves on the y-axis, the child will also move. Now we're going to do a remove this thing. We're gonna make both. We'll make this kinematic. Okay. Now the question is, first off, if you do, we have a joint here and now we have our body, and let's say we want our joint to be on this thing to freeze every position, every rotation except the y-axis rotation, and our joint here is going to be connected to this body, and it's going to have a limit of 0 to 90. Edit angular limit, wrong axis. It's going to be 1, 0, and we're going to use limits. Now how should it work? Okay, our player should not be in animate physics. That was a terrible idea. Now it's kinematic, obviously, so it's not going to move. Of course not. And now where's my joint? It's just... Fuck. It just doesn't really work, huh? This we're gonna make a fixed joint connected to this thing. I keep forgetting to remove the kinematic rigid body thing. Hi Deep Toot, how's it going? It's nice to see you tonight. Oh, where's my joint now? Where even is this door now? Due to floating point precision limitation, it is recommended. Yeah, no, yeah, of course it is. This makes no sense to me. It's gonna do the same thing as before. It's not gonna work. Which is not really a good option. This kind of doesn't really work. Kind of works like crap. Oh, oops. Wrong one. Oh, wrong one again. Where does this thing go? Like, it's just insane. It makes zero sense. You're gonna see, let's see. Now I'm going to block the rotation on the y-axis. It's gonna go crazy. Now I'm going to block the rotation on the x-axis. It's gonna go crazy. Block the rotation on the z-axis. I don't know. Obviously, no rotation blocking works. Thank you for the follow, Anna. And Anna James Hart. Yeah, I'm not. So I mean, it makes sense the way it's working. I just don't think it's working correctly for what we're intending to do. Really, like yeah, I'm not sure. If anyone's got ideas, feel free to share it with me. But in the meantime, what we're gonna do is add a configurable join, I think it is. No. A configurable join will let us lock the XYZ motion and keep the rotation freely. So it rotates correctly without moving in place. And if I jump here, it goes around, then around, then around, then around, then around. Because what if we, instead of making it one here, we make it one on the z-axis? Try to stop it. Right, nope. Edit angular limits. First off, connected configure anchor. Connected anchor. We're gonna make it 0.7, 1, and then 0.1, 0.7, 0.75, 0.78, 0.8. Let's be generous. All right, and the anchor is going to be 0, and it's going to go. Actually, I think it's going to be 0.1 negative 0.5. I think. Nope, it's way too big. It's going to be negative 0.0. Huh. So 0 pretty much. But yeah, it's not really okay. And then that's going to be 0.1, I think. Nope. The anchor is going to be here. And on the x-axis, let's make it here. Now we're going to keep it limited here. Actually, we're going to make it so limited in the X motion, it's going to be locked. Same thing on the Y. We're going to make it limited on the Z. And on the Z axis where it's limited, we're going to do like this. See how it moves now. Hi, doing good, and you? Sorry, I got a little caught into my joint stuff, but I'm doing great. How are you doing? Well, it's my pleasure. I'm glad you're doing fine. I'm not doing. Actually, I'll restate my answer. I'm not doing great. I've been fighting with these joints for the better part of the last 4 hours, and it's not going good. But yeah, we're creating a game. Well, I'm creating a game. It's a 3D game, and it's kind of like a mix between Beetle Company and like Moving Out. But my last game was in 2D. It was While the Iron's Hot. It was in 2D, and the jump to 3D, while it's not like, you know, like we've got some stuff working. This scene is a test scene, but we've got some stuff working better than those joints. However, I have to say the joints are. You can pick up items, you can throw what you picked up. So like going from 2D to 3D has its advantages and its challenges. And one of the first challenge I would say is those joints. I'm having a really hard time figuring out what the joints are trying to do. But I'm basically trying to do a door. France. I'm from France. Oh, from France. I'm like, I lived in France for 13 years and then I moved to the US a while ago. A long while ago. But I kept some of my accent. I have to say too, the worst part is that when I still didn't get really used to it, but when I speak in English, French is very monotonous. Like, you know, you say your word and it's gonna sound the same. Like, it's just, you know, there's no music there's not as much music to the language, whereas in English it'll be like, you know, like you'll put an accent on a word, and depending on where you put the accent, the word can be really hard to understand. And it's been a challenge to learn that side of speaking English, like speaking, yeah. But yeah, currently we're trying to make a system where you have a door and you can grab the door to physically move it, like in the game. I don't remember which game does that, but it's pretty common, and it's not going great because the joints are being very capricious with me currently. So I'm trying to figure out a little bit of how they work. As you can see, I don't know how they work just yet. I don't think, I mean, it is the Z-axis, right? That it should be moving around. Yeah. It's definitely the Z-axis, it should move. The fact it's not totally flat might be an issue. Yeah, it's interesting. It's the anchor is, what if the anchor is 0? And the axis, I'll just make it 90 degrees for now, rather than negative 90. Now it's just not moving. Hi, Posy. Hi, little girl. You coming back to say hi? No, I'm not a YouTuber. I just started Twitch too. I'm mainly a game developer. I'm not great at social interactions, so I'm trying to do that to help myself open up a little bit and show how we make games too. So the secondary axis. No, yeah, now it's not working. Huh. 90.1.8. Let me just make it free on everything for now. Free on every rotation. And we'll see what it does when you collide with it. It kind of pushes you back and it rotates on the x-axis, right? That's the x. Yeah, that was supposed to be the x. I think we keep this free, it's gonna become a flying carpet, a flying door. So floating point precision 0. I'm gonna make it 1. The rigid body should. Oh, that's why. It's technically it's my second project. My first project, was a like cozy blacksmith RPG called Wild Yearns Hot, which you can actually play if you want. It's free on Game Pass. It was a pixel art adventure, just cozy and chill vibes with a lot of dad jokes. And this is a little less chill, but still a lot of dad jokes, hopefully, by the end of it. But here we're having an issue because I was freezing rotation on that side and still trying to move that object through here, so it was causing some weird things to happen. Alright, that works better. That works a lot better. And now we want to kind of limit it. And we want to limit it to this, yeah? And we'll see how that works. Okay. And alright, it kind of works a little bit better. It still has this weird issue. Oh, nice. What type of, well, digital, but do you have stuff to show? I'd love to see. Limited. Let's do locked here. Art piano. Yeah. Art piano. Let me copy that. Alright, I sent a friend request. What does it do to change this stuff? Target position. Thank you. X drive, Z drive. Rotation drive. Rotation. Hey. Art by Anna. Wow. I can't believe I was saying art piano. I've had a lot of problems reading names today. Projection distance, projection configured inward space. Wait a minute, I can do that. And then I can do the move on the z-axis. That's not the right one, right? Should be this one. Alright, let me check it out. Very cool. I like the logos you've done. Mascots are pretty cool too. I'm definitely gonna check it out. And yeah, I mean, it's really cool. Very cool. How long have you been doing digital art for? Nice. Looks very nice. Oh, that's why. It's 0, so in configuring word space, it goes like this, but we want it to be like, no. Yes, we want it to be like this, 12. But it can't be in word space, obviously. We've been, so our first game took us 4 years, so officially in the profession, in the industry, 4 years. I've done a couple other, like, you know, smaller games for learning, but 4 years ago was when I started my first commercial projects. Yeah, it feels like a lot longer, if I'm being very honest. And we kind of want to remove this thing here. So it's the same if we make it a lot heavier. It moves, but once you hit it, it still moves past the limit a little bit. Oh, come on. Nope. Let me hit it. There we go. Yeah, it still moves incorrectly. It's a little better, but still incorrect. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, we forgot that part. We forgot that part. So in our art scene, I think I've been hitting my head on my desk on the same problems because of something we've already figured out here that I thought had been applied on this scene. But if I do this now, look at this. It works decently well. Oh, okay, it's really hard to pick up. Yeah, I can hit it, and if I press up, I don't go through it. All right. This is good. I feel like at least we would have done a little bit of progress today. You can push a door up and out. It was very little code, but it works a lot better. So now we just have to kind of figure out a bit better how things are done. So the reason this was happening was that here I still had all my limbs set as kinematic, so they would be moved through animation, and like they would hit the door, move the stuff, and it would cause issues. But now it looks like it's working, which is a good point. It's a good point. I only have about 40 minutes left to work on this today. So, what do we want to do next in the meantime? So this is pretty nice. And here, the angular limit thing here, we want to make sure it's more like 90 degree. So the angular limit should be 45 really, or 90. Let's do 45 for this door. So that one side is fully closed, one side will be fully open, and then we want to make sure we are on the right section. Which I think is this, right? 90 degrees here? No. 90 degrees here? Nope. 90 degrees here? 0 here? Nope. 0 here. 90 degrees here? No. What if it's 1 here? Or 90 here, I guess. And 0 here. It moves the wrong way now. Because it should be a 1 here, I guess. I'm not a math pro by any means. This is the x-axis. This is the y-axis. So we want it to be 90 on the y, or no, 180, 180, nope, 90 is okay. 0 here, which gives us kind of like a diagonal one. And then here we want it to be 0. That's where we are. Now it should be working. But obviously the door is a little small in its opening right now. So we're gonna make it 90 degrees here. and it's going to open fully and open fully. If it's 45, I kind of want it like that, but also to move that more here, in which case it's going to rotate the other way around, I think. So this is open. Have a good day as well. Sorry, I'm having a hard time multitasking with the chat today. But yeah, have a good day as well, and thank you for showing me your art. And good luck with your chores. Not fun. Alright, 240, 90. That's where we at. This should be 240. And that will give us a relatively decent door. No, it should be 240. 240. Oh, maybe 180 just. So now that we figured it out, can I just remove this and add a hinge joint? A hinge joint that has none of that stuff. That will be 0 here. Have a good night or good day. We're going to use limits, make it from -90 to 90 inch, and our angle is going to be 0, 90, and 0. Oh, what happened? Alright, and we have got a door that we can push and pull, and we can run into it and not explode. And we've got a ragdoll that we can get up from. Alright, we finally figured it out. I do think we probably want it from 0 to -90, so it's the other way around. Yeah, I think we want it like that, so that you can run through it to open it, but to open it you'll have to grab it and pull it. Thanks for the follow, Cobel. Hi, big head mode game works for me, yeah. The big heads are so fun. I need to fix the collider a little bit so that the big head doesn't go through the door though. But welcome, thank you for following me. And that's Cobel. From the Discord? Or is that a different username that I'm also butchering? Nice. Nice to have you here. I think it's the first time I was able to actually pronounce a name correctly and recognize it. A little earlier, Alan joined the chat, and I was like, "Hey, welcome," and he was like, "Oh, it's just me." All right. So now that we've got this, and that we finally understood how this works, we're gonna take it, and we are. So this is like my test scene where I test like the movement and how to move stuff. We got some stairs. We got some stairs to move around with. And actually, did something happen to my player? Why it's so dragging? No, huh? He's supposed to be correctly above the floor. And he jumped correctly. Alright. But then why are the stairs so wonky? Oh yeah, that's better. Alright, I think we might also need to lift the foot up, to lift it up a little bit. So like if I do 0.5 and move that forward a little bit to like here. No, I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna leave it to, if I do 0.25, it's probably better, but the big head is gonna go through it. We're gonna redo those characters. This is mostly a test. And the environment is gonna look more like this. And the goal is that you and your friends, up to 4 friends, you can explore dungeons. So since you play Wild Ear and Zot, the how would you say, the inspiration behind this game that we had with Thiago and Alan was like, what if we took the Adventures building and made like those guys into a full game? So with that same tone and the same kind of like type of adventurers, so they're not like, you know, overly good adventurers. They don't really know how to fight, but they can grab objects around, and then you'll be able to like throw objects, and the whole thing is to explore the dungeons as pretty much not mediocre adventurer, but like a regular adventurer, and trying to like tackle the monsters and those challenges to be able to grab all the loot you can and progress in your guild, in your adventuring guild, before the managers fire you. If you're a bad adventurer and don't know how to bring loots, you might lose. So that is one of the main way you interact with the game, is by moving the objects that are around there and using that to sometimes thwart your friend, sometimes like, you know, like maybe you'll want to throw a pot at a friend and knock him down while they get chased by the monsters like that. Those are kind of like, we're trying to go for a more funny, chaotic, in the same tone as Wild Ear and Zot in terms of writing and world creation and all that stuff, but with a more chaotic gameplay focused around exploring dungeons. Right. So next up, we were at this thing here. So we kind of figured out how to make a door move correctly. Let's start replicating it on this door. So we had 10, nothing here. And here we had, let me just cheat a little bit. Grab this scene. Grab this component. And put this component down here. All right. Magica, the Chaos with Light Sword? Really? I don't think I've ever heard of Magica. Oh, wow. What did my door go through? Let me check out Magica. Is that it? I don't think I've ever played it. This Magica reminds me of that new game that the people at Humble Games are putting out or publishing. What's it called? Hey, it is called Wizard of Legend. If you like Magica, I think you might look into this one. It reminds me very much of it with like the 4 wizards, the spell casting. I might be wrong though, because I never played Magica, but also never played Wizard of Legends 2 since it's not out. But in terms of the vibe, that's what it reminds me of. They made a second one too, right? Yeah. Yeah, you have sometimes if you were looking at Wizard of Legend. I don't think it's coming out for. Yeah, I don't think they even announced the date yet. But it's a cool. Oh wow! Wait, what is it freezing up now? Let me cut the music so we can watch the trailer of it. Where is it? Where is the music stuff? I'm gonna take a break on game development soon because I've been at my seat for the past few hours. But while before I do, I kind of want to show off this trailer now. I think it could. I mean, we think it was still prototyping it with Thiago and Alan and the rest of the team. It's the same team as you know, the one that worked on Wild Year and so it's a big shift with the 3D, and I keep changing my opinion of how big the shift from 2D to 3D is. When I first started, I was like, it's fine, it's just another axis. And then 2 weeks into the project, I was like, all right, it's a little bit harder than I thought. Now I'm like, all right, it might take us some time. But no, it's going well. But it's it's a lot to get used to.
Arcana. Raw power, wielded only by those with the resolve to control its chaos. To master these ancient powers, it takes more than just a wizard. It takes a legend. Wizard of Legend 2. Wishlist now.
It's a cool jump as a franchise to go from like a 2D game, like a 2D pixel art game, to a 3D animated game. Like it's a... Oh, it's not made by the same people, I forgot. Who made Wizard of Legend first? Contingent 99. But it's an interesting shift to go from a 2D pixel art to 3D. It makes, I don't know, it makes sense. I guess. It Takes Two is also a great game. But now I'm getting lost in my train of thought. Yeah. Also, I have to say the people at Humble, they hired this trailer company that does really great work. If they're the same one who did this Wizard of Legend trailer. It's like, so what I was telling, like, jokes aside, it's kind of like we're not changing engine, we're not changing team, it's not someone fully different working on the game. It's like I'm still using, the stuff that I learned with Wild Earn's Hut. Like the input system is the same, the way it works is kind of like, the way the input works is the same, the way the quests work, the dialogues work, like all this, the back-end stuff is kind of the same thing. But in exchange, we do still have to like tackle physics in a way that's like, that works, which is one of the first challenges that we're encountering. And now that we are like at the point where we have a character moving and we have a character that can get traps, we can come up with traps. Now we can come up with doors. We can pick up object. Like we've got a character controller that's like somewhat coming together. But now that we have that, we also have to, learn a whole new way of designing levels. Which I think Thiago, who's the artist and the level designer, he did the puzzles. He did a lot of the puzzles for Wild Earn's Hut. It's like, it's a challenge. Like it's a pretty hard challenge because you experience the world such differently in 3D that like you can't really rely on the same tricks that we're using with Wild Earn's Hut. So what we do have to relearn this side of it. That's one side that is pretty, tough to get used to, and we'll see how it goes. I think I'm confident, but yeah, we shall see. Then yeah, making puzzles for D&D when people can't do anything. Puzzles for D&D. I tried to do some of it when I was younger and I was doing role playing online, I guess. And I was trying to do it too, and I never come up with great D&D puzzles. They're so hard. I like experiencing them a lot better than I like coming up with those puzzles. But yeah, you can't say no. As in a game, you'll have to think about like the interactions that the player might do and at least account for them, so that, you know, picking up a table, you can't pick up this table, it is too heavy, because some players will try to pick up the table, and if you don't say anything, they'll be confused that, like, why can't I pick it up? So you just have to plan the no's ahead of time, and you can't plan every nose ahead of time, but you try. I'm a much better programmer than I am level designer. How's your Wild Yarns D&D experience coming up, by the way? I know you had to do some other stuff for a while, which, you know, not saying anything, just just asking. No pressure. Grabbable joint. We can try a grabbable joint in the meantime. What was happening here? The door is going through it, isn't it? I wonder why that door is so far out. Oh, that's because the connected anchor is all the way over there. Okay, now it should be better. Why is it so complicated for this door? Because of that, I bet. Yeah, that's why. Hold. And this guy. And this guy is gonna go -90. Nope. This guy is gonna go 90 and then 180. And then here we're gonna go automatic. Nope. And we're gonna make this go to be -1 here, I think. And then here be -5. Or we just connect it to this body. If this body is a rigid body, still working. We're looking for real work too. Oh. Yeah, I was crafting fun with dice. Yeah. Yeah, that's an interesting one. Yeah. I was trying to think, but yeah, it sounds like a tough challenge. It would be. I don't know enough like Dungeons and Dragons stuff to really know how you could approach that. But I can imagine how it could be kind of hard. The characters, this character, and I mean those assets too. It's not stolen, but we did get it, you know, like the character is from an asset store. We're gonna redo it. That's why, but for testing, you know, like it's just really helpful to have a moving humanoid character. And those art assets are like the table. It's from an old stuff we had bought before, but I haven't seen it in a while. Tiago is also making some traps. I could see some. If you see in the old. He's probably gonna hate me doing this, but you know, if you come up with, you know, there's some sneak peeks at Tiago creating traps. Where is it? This one. Like it's a hammer, like a wood hammer handle that he's like hand painting. Yeah, it's you know, placeholders as placeholders, but we're kind of using it as a direction to show where we're heading towards. Because it is pretty similar to the vibe that we want to, you know, show. Yeah, and then there's a bunch of other ones, but I can't find them for some reason. Oh yeah, there's this guy is a little bit better to show. So it's a trap. It's like a hammer with a wood handle and a gear joint that would swing, I think. So it's kind of fun coming up with traps that like for this game. It's gonna be my cow stuff. I'm saying my cow stuff because like like when we came up with the ox outfits, the cow outfits, it was very much like very free and just like, oh, put the cow in a necklace. This is giving me the same vibe. Oh, let's make a trap with it's a big hammer swinging and it does this, and it's nothing like out of the ordinary. Like it's nothing like totally crazy, but it's fun to come up with how traps might be working. Yeah, it's hard to explain, but it's fun. Zero, zero, zero. The anchor is going to be 0, 0, 0. There we go. And the connected anchor on that thing is going to be, I think on the X, it's going to be like negative 0.7 or 0.8. 0.8, 0.1, yep. And let me deactivate this for the sake of seeing what the arrows are. Let's just make it 0.9. Nope, 0.81. There you go. 0.81 for now is gonna work fine. And let's see how it feels. All right, it opens up, closes down, it opens up, it closes down, but it does have a weird kind of squiggly aspect to it that I don't want to try to figure out. So I'm gonna do this. Then I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna get this door. Hi, Peppa. Hi. Do you want to come say hi? Hi, that's one of my 2 dogs. It's the oldest one, somehow. We all love to laugh at a child that looks menacing and does nothing. Yeah, yeah. I love the. It makes me think a trap that is looks menacing and does nothing. It makes me think of the trap that the developers of Jedi Survivor, I think it is, that the traps where when you enter after a tough fight, it puts you in a boss fight with someone that's that looks really hard, like the bar above the the screen appears to say it's a boss, and then you walk up to him and it's just a regular stormtrooper that's not at all menacing. It's just such a I love these jokes. That was such a great joke. I love this moment. Rick the door technician, something like that. Let's see and make sure that this works as expected before we go, and then we'll pick it back from here. Probably tomorrow morning, but got this. Oh. Oh, no, it's not working at all like we're expecting. Where is that connected anchor here? -5, 0, -175. All right, now it's working a little bit like expected. But I think the issue is that when you're doing it like this, the connected anchor is in world space. So it's a little bit annoying to do. I like this door that's not yeah, the doors are like levers. That's the like, and you'll like, so like when you want to, if it's like this for example, and you're moving that way, we're making it like this because that way, by doing this, we move this over there, move this over there, just to prove, just to illustrate my point. And then, you know, like you put it kind of in the middle. It's not going to be obviously like that, but for the sake of argument. And then you rotate the Z around 90 degrees like this. Then you test to make sure everything works fine. Should work fine, but you still have to move this here, which we're going to do connected configure anchor. But use connected, auto configure connected anchor. Like that. The goal is that like if you were to open it, you know, like do some stuff, explore, but then you'd have a monster, and like what if a friend closed the door behind you and you've got a monster coming up, and then you come up to here and then you're, oh, well, you're not blocked, but the idea is that you'd be blocked by the door, and that would be like a way to mess up with your friends, and possibly a way to block monsters as well also. Like you could run after it and then take the time to grab the door, pull it back, and try to block the monsters from going through. Those are the type of stuff, like those are the type of mechanics and gameplay moments we like to be able to create. So we'll see. We'll see how it goes. We're still kind of prototyping stuff. So yeah. From Pokemon Emerald, yeah. Those puzzles were rough too. I mean, maybe because I remember them of me playing it a little bit younger. Well, I wasn't probably as good at playing video games, but some of those Pokemon puzzles were not easy. But alright, I think with that check-in successfully completed, I'm going to call it a night because I have to go have dinner. And I think the next time I'm officially continuing to work on the game is Monday. Because tomorrow is the Wild Earns Out New Game Plus day. Working on that. Well, working on, you know, the whole system where you don't have to restart the game from scratch and lose everything when you reach the end. So we'll see how that comes along. And yeah. Thank you everyone for coming to hang out with me while I figured out how to work with joints, and I'll see you guys, well, tomorrow or later today on Discord, and otherwise on Monday if you're free to stop by. Have a good night and thank you for coming to hang out.